Welcome back. Wherever you're listening from tonight, let yourself settle in fully. Let your shoulders drop an inch further into whatever is holding you up. Let your breathing slow, in through the nose, out long and easy, and let the day you've just finished get a little further away with every breath. Tonight, we're walking toward a narrow pass between a mountain and the sea, somewhere in Greece, in the late summer of 480 BCE. You almost certainly already know some version of this story. 300 Spartans, an impossibly large Persian army, a last stand against overwhelming odds. Tonight, we're going to walk through what actually happened, slowly, carefully, the same unhurried way any real historical account deserves to be told. The true story doesn't need monsters or god kings. It's remarkable enough exactly as it actually was. You don't need to remember any of it. Let your eyes rest closed. Let your breathing slow further still. There's nothing to solve tonight, only a long, quiet walk toward a pass that's about to become considerably more famous than either side could have possibly anticipated. Let's begin 10 years earlier, on a different battlefield entirely, since this story genuinely starts with an old grudge. Picture a dusty plain near the small Greek town of Marathon in 490 BCE. Persian forces under King Darius, the first retreating in disarray toward their own beached ships, decisively defeated by a considerably smaller Athenian army that had, against most reasonable expectation, actually won. Darius had sent this invasion specifically to punish Athens for supporting a failed rebellion among Greek cities under Persian control, and its humiliating collapse at Marathon left the Persian king determined to return and finish what he'd started. Darius died before he ever got the chance, but he left the grudge and the throne directly to his son. Picture that son, Xerxes, considerably later, standing at the edge of the Hellespont, the narrow strait separating Asia from Europe, watching engineers complete a genuinely extraordinary undertaking. 2 parallel bridges of lashed-together boats, hundreds of vessels anchored in careful formation, planking laid across their decks to allow an entire army to cross on foot rather than by ship. Herodotus, writing decades later, describes an earlier attempt at this same bridge being destroyed by a storm. And Xerxes, in a fit of genuine fury, ordering the strait itself whipped 300 times and fitted with symbolic shackles, a story historians generally treat as likely embellished, but one that captures something real about the scale of royal will and resource being poured into this specific invasion. Consider the sheer logistics such a crossing actually required, since we'll spend the next, well, tonight, discussing considerably contested numbers. And it's worth understanding early that ancient sources routinely inflated the scale of Persian forces for dramatic effect. What's genuinely not contested is that Xerxes assembled the largest, most logistically ambitious invasion force the ancient Mediterranean world had witnessed up to that point, drawing soldiers from across an empire stretching from Egypt to India, supported by a considerable navy sailing in careful coordination alongside the army's own overland march north through Thrace and Macedonia toward Greece itself. Picture now an entirely different city, considerably smaller and considerably more insular than the sprawling Persian empire Xerxes commanded, Sparta, in the southern Greek region called Lakeoechnia, a city genuinely unlike any other in the ancient Greek world. Spartan society was organized almost entirely around producing soldiers, and it began that process early. A Spartan boy, at just 7 years old, was removed from his family home and enrolled in a formal state education system called the Ugogi, a program of deliberately harsh physical training, minimal food, and considerable corporal discipline specifically designed to produce men capable of enduring genuine hardship without complaint. Consider what daily life inside the Ugogi actually involved, since it's worth understanding in real detail rather than vague summary. Boys trained in combat, endurance, and survival skills were deliberately underfed to encourage resourceful theft as a genuine, sanctioned part of their education, and were punished not for stealing, but specifically for being caught doing it clumsily. This system continued until a Spartan man turned 30, at which point he finally gained full citizenship rights, having spent every single year since childhood being systematically shaped into exactly the kind of soldier Sparta's entire society existed to produce. It's worth pausing here, honestly, on the considerable cost this entire military system actually required, since Spartan citizens training full-time for war needed someone else to farm their land, and that labor fell to an enslaved population called Helots. Helots vastly outnumbered actual Spartan citizens, likely by a ratio of 7 to 1 or more, and Spartan society maintained control over this enormous enslaved population through genuine state-sanctioned terror. Each year, Spartan magistrates formally declared war on the Helots specifically, a legal formality allowing any Spartan to kill a Helot without consequence, and a secret, state-sponsored group called the Cryptieia operated specifically to identify and eliminate Helots considered dangerously capable or independent-minded, a program of deliberate, targeted violence intended to prevent the enslaved majority from ever organizing effective resistance against the citizens who depended entirely on their forced labor. Consider how directly this uncomfortable reality connects to everything else we'll cover tonight, since the very freedom that allowed Spartan men to spend their entire lives training for exactly the kind of battle we're about to walk through depended completely on this same brutal system of control over people who vastly outnumbered them. The 300 men who would eventually become legendary at Thermopylae were only free to become soldiers because an enslaved population, considerably larger than Sparta's own citizen body, was doing the actual work of keeping them fed. Picture a council of Greek city-states gathering at the Isthmus of Corinth in the spring of 480 BCE. Delegates from Athens, Sparta, and dozens of smaller cities debating, with genuine urgency, exactly how to respond to reports of Xerxes' approaching invasion force. Greece, at this point, was no unified nation at all, but a loose collection of fiercely independent city-states, many of which had already decided to submit to Persian authority rather than risk destruction, a choice ancient sources record with the pointed term Emmeidizing. The cities that chose to resist instead faced a genuinely difficult strategic problem: how to defend against an invasion force considerably larger than anything any single Greek city could hope to field alone. Consider Sparta's own particular complication, since the timing of Xerxes' invasion collided directly with a religious obligation Spartan law took genuinely seriously. The Karnevaia, a sacred festival honoring Apollo, fell during the exact same period the Greek alliance needed Sparta's full army mobilized, and Spartan religious law forbade major military campaigns during this specific sacred period. A similar Olympic truce complicated matters further, meaning Sparta's full citizen army, the very force the wider Greek alliance was counting on most heavily, couldn't formally march until these religious obligations had passed. Picture Leonidas, one of Sparta's two kings. Since Sparta maintained an unusual dual monarchy throughout its history. Two royal families ruling jointly, a system historians generally believe developed specifically to prevent any single king from accumulating too much unchecked power. Leonidas proposed a genuinely clever, if genuinely dangerous, solution to Sparta's religious timing problem, leading a smaller advance force north immediately ahead of the main Spartan army to help hold a defensive position while the rest of the Greek alliance and Sparta's own considerably larger force finished mobilizing properly behind them. Consider the specific, genuinely striking custom Leonidas followed when selecting exactly which 300 Spartan men would accompany him on this advance mission. According to Herodotus, Leonidas deliberately chose only men who already had living sons, ensuring that no Spartan family line would be entirely extinguished regardless of what happened to the men themselves during the campaign ahead. It's a detail worth sitting with honestly, since it suggests Leonidas, and likely the broader Spartan leadership around him, understood from the very beginning that this particular mission carried a genuinely serious risk of not returning home at all. Picture the advance force actually marching north from Sparta in high summer, moving through the Greek countryside toward a specific, carefully chosen defensive position, a narrow coastal pass the Greeks called Thermopylae, meaning literally hot gates, named for natural hot springs bubbling up near the roadway itself. The pass sat wedged between steep mountain slopes on one side, and at that point in ancient history, the sea itself on the other, narrow enough in places that only a single wagon could pass through at once, exactly the kind of geography that could neutralize a numerically overwhelming army's own greatest advantage. Consider why this specific location mattered so genuinely much to Greek military strategy. Xerxes' army, whatever its exact true size, was considerably larger than anything the Greek alliance could field in open battle, but a large army's numerical advantage becomes considerably less useful when the actual battlefield only allows a small fraction of that force to fight at any given moment. Thermopylae's narrow geography meant Persian forces, however numerous, could only engage the Greek defenders a limited number of soldiers at a time, turning what would otherwise have been a hopeless numerical mismatch into something considerably closer to an even fight, at least within that specific narrow stretch of ground. Picture the actual defending force gathered at the pass, since it's worth correcting a genuinely persistent popular misconception directly. This was never simply 300 Spartans standing entirely alone. Alongside Leonidas's chosen 300 stood roughly 700 soldiers from the city of Thespian, who would ultimately choose to stay and fight to the very end alongside the Spartans, several hundred Thebans, whose own final role remains genuinely disputed among historians, and several thousand additional soldiers from other Greek cities, Corinthians, Phocians, and others, bringing the pass's total defending force to somewhere in the range of 6,000 to 7,000 men at its initial peak strength, before later withdrawals reduced that number considerably. Consider how much narrative weight popular retellings have placed on the number 300 specifically, since the real story, walked through honestly, involves considerably more people making considerably more complicated individual choices than a single dramatic number could ever properly capture. 300 Spartans genuinely did stay until the very end, but they didn't fight alone, and understanding exactly who else stood beside them and why turns out to matter considerably more to the actual history than the more famous number alone ever really could. Picture the Persian army finally arriving at the pass's northern approach, an encampment stretching, according to Herodotus's own considerably enthusiastic account, across the entire surrounding countryside, dust rising from what he claimed was a combined force of over 2 million soldiers and support personnel. It's worth addressing this specific number directly and honestly, since it's one of ancient history's more genuinely contested figures. Modern historians studying Persian administrative and logistical capacity generally consider Herodotus's numbers wildly inflated, likely by a factor of 10 or more, proposing instead a Persian invasion force somewhere in the range of 80,000 to 300,000 soldiers, itself still a genuinely massive army by any ancient standard, simply not the almost impossible figure ancient Greek sources preferred to record. Consider why ancient writers might have exaggerated these numbers so considerably, since the pattern reflects something worth understanding about how ancient history actually gets written and preserved. A Greek victory against literally millions of Persian invaders makes for a considerably more dramatic, more memorable story than a Greek victory against a merely enormous, but logistically plausible force of a few 100,000. Herodotus was writing decades after these events, working from second-hand accounts and oral tradition that had already had considerable time to grow more impressive with each retelling. Exactly the same basic pattern we've encountered on other nights, examining other ancient claims that turned out to be considerably less mysterious once properly investigated. If you're settling in and your eyes are already closed, that's exactly right. There's no need to hold onto any specific number tonight. Just the general shape of it. An enormous Persian force, genuinely large by any honest measure, facing a considerably smaller but carefully positioned Greek defense in a place specifically chosen to make that size difference matter as little as geography could possibly allow. Picture the first 2 days of actual fighting at the pass. Persian units advancing in waves against the assembled Greek line, only to find themselves genuinely unable to bring their numerical advantage to bear within the pass's narrow confines. Greek soldiers fought in a formation called the phalanx, overlapping shields creating a nearly continuous defensive wall. Each soldier's own shield covering part of the man beside him. Spears extending forward in coordinated ranks that made frontal assault against the formation genuinely costly for any attacking force, regardless of how many additional soldiers stood waiting behind the initial attacking wave. Consider Xerxes' own elite infantry unit, deployed on the second day specifically because Persian commanders assumed their reputation alone might finally break the stubborn Greek line. The Immortals, so named because their unit was always maintained at exactly 10,000 men. Any casualty immediately replaced to keep the total constant, represented genuinely skilled veteran Persian infantry. Real professional soldiers with real reputations, earned through considerable battlefield experience. Even this genuinely elite unit failed to break through the pass's narrow defenses, suffering real, considerable casualties against Greek defenders fighting from carefully chosen, defensible terrain. 2 full days of fighting, and the Persian army, for all its genuine size, still hadn't managed to force its way through a pass defended by a fraction of its own numbers. So how did an army this large eventually break through a defense this stubborn? The answer has nothing to do with any failure in Greek courage or tactics, and everything to do with a local man who knew the surrounding mountains considerably better than any soldier on either side of the actual fighting. Picture a Greek man named Ephialtes from the nearby region of Trachis, approaching Xerxes' camp sometime during the second night of fighting. offering, in exchange for a genuinely substantial reward, information about a hidden mountain path that could allow Persian forces to bypass the pass's narrow defenses entirely, emerging behind the Greek position rather than continuing to attack it directly from the front. This path, called the Thermopylae, wound through the mountains flanking the Thermopylae, difficult but genuinely passable terrain that local Greeks had used for generations. Knowledge EFFEALTs now offered directly to the invading Persian king. It's worth being direct here about who EFFEALTs actually was, since popular imagination has sometimes reshaped him into something closer to a tragic villain than the ancient sources actually support. Herodotus, our primary source for these events, describes him simply as an ordinary local man from Trachis, motivated, so far as the ancient record actually indicates, by the promise of financial reward rather than any personal grievance against Sparta. No ancient source mentions any physical deformity, any rejection from Spartan society, or any personal vendetta driving his betrayal. He was, so far as history actually preserves him, simply a man who saw an opportunity for considerable wealth and took it. Consider what this actually tells us about the real story, since it's worth sitting with honestly. The genuine betrayal at the Thermopylae is, in its own way, more unsettling than any dramatized version could manage, precisely because it's more ordinary. EFFEALTs wasn't a monster shaped by rejection and resentment. He was, so far as we can tell, an ordinary local man who saw an opportunity for considerable wealth and simply took it, regardless of the consequences. For the Greek soldiers, his information would help surround and kill. Real betrayal, tonight's story suggests, rarely needs an exotic villain's backstory to explain it. Picture Leonidas receiving word, sometime before dawn on the third day, that Persian forces guided by EFFEALTs had successfully crossed the Thermopylae path overnight, overwhelming a small FOH detachment that had been posted specifically to guard that mountain route, and were now descending directly toward the rear of the Greek position at the pass. This was, in genuine, immediate strategic terms, the collapse of the entire defensive plan once Persian forces reached the pass from both directions simultaneously. The narrow geography that had made Greek resistance so effective for 2 full days would no longer offer any real protection at all. Consider the genuinely difficult decision Leonidas faced in the small hours of that morning. Since Herodotus records what appears to have been real, immediate debate among the assembled Greek commanders about exactly how to respond, Leonidas made the choice that would define how this entire battle has been remembered ever since, dismissing the majority of the allied Greek force, several thousand soldiers from various cities, to retreat, while retreat still remained genuinely possible, while he himself, alongside his 300 Spartans and the roughly 700 soldiers from this PI who chose to remain, stayed to hold the pass as long as they possibly could. Picture, too, the roughly 400 Theban soldiers whose own final fate remains, honestly, one of ancient history's genuinely disputed questions. Herodotus's own account is notably ambiguous here, suggesting the Thebans may have been kept at the pass against their own will, held as something close to hostages by Leonidas, specifically because Thebes's loyalty to the Greek cause was already considered genuinely suspect. Other ancient sources and modern historians reading the same evidence have reached different conclusions, some proposing the Thebans stayed by their own genuine choice, only to surrender once the battle's final outcome became unmistakably clear. It's worth holding this question honestly open tonight, exactly the way the actual evidence requires, rather than confidently choosing whichever version happens to make for a tidier story. Consider what Leonidas's own choice to stay actually meant in the most immediate, practical terms. He wasn't choosing a heroic gesture in the abstract. He was choosing, with genuine, clear-eyed understanding of the military situation, to sacrifice his own life and the lives of the men remaining with him, specifically to buy time. Every additional hour the rear guard held the pass meant additional time for the retreating Allied force and for the wider Greek alliance still mobilizing behind them to prepare their own next defensive position further south. Picture the final morning of fighting at Thermopylae, the remaining Greek defenders moving out from their original defensive position to meet the advancing Persian army in the wider part of the pass. According to Herodotus's account, a deliberate choice to inflict as many casualties as possible before their own inevitable defeat, rather than simply waiting to be surrounded and overwhelmed on the enemy's own terms. The fighting that followed was genuinely brutal, Greek spears breaking against Persian shields until soldiers fought on with swords alone. And when swords broke too, according to the same account, with their bare hands and teeth, a detail that reads as genuine desperate combat rather than any dramatic embellishment. Consider the specific moment of Leonidas's own death during this final engagement. Since ancient sources agree it occurred relatively early in the day's fighting, and that a genuinely fierce struggle broke out immediately afterward over control of his body. Greek soldiers fighting back Persian attempts to claim or desecrate their fallen king's remains, successfully recovering it 4 separate times, according to Herodotus's account, before the battle's final collapse. This kind of fighting, soldiers risking their own lives specifically to protect a commander's body after his death, reflects a genuine, well-documented pattern across ancient Greek warfare. A fallen leader's body carrying real symbolic weight worth real, continued sacrifice to protect. Picture the battle's actual final phase. The surviving Greek defenders retreating to a small hill within the pass itself, surrounded now on every side by Persian forces, attacking from both directions simultaneously, and making their last stand there, according to ancient accounts, until every single one of them had been killed, overwhelmed eventually by Persian archers rather than direct infantry assault. Since Xerxes' remaining forces had apparently concluded that further close combat against these particular soldiers simply wasn't worth the continued cost in Persian casualties. Consider what actually remained at the pass once the fighting finally, completely stopped. Roughly 300 Spartans and 700 Thespians, along with however many of the disputed Theban contingent had genuinely chosen to stay, all dead, having held a numerically overwhelming Persian army for 3 full days, buying considerable time for the wider Greek alliance's own preparations, at the cost of every single life among those who chose, or in the Thebans' possibly contested case, were required to remain until the very end. Picture a small stone marker erected at the pass itself sometime after the battle, carved with an epitaph composed by the poet Cmonides, words that have survived, remarkably, for roughly 2,500 years since they were first carved. Go tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here, obedient to their laws, we lie. It's worth sitting with the actual content of that epitaph for a moment, since it emphasizes something considerably more specific than simple heroism. Obedience, a deliberate framing of these soldiers' deaths as the fulfillment of a civic and legal duty rather than an act of individual romantic sacrifice. Exactly the kind of self-understanding a society built entirely around collective military discipline would naturally reach for. Consider what the defense at Thermopylae actually accomplished in practical, strategic terms, since the 3 days of delay purchased their mattered considerably beyond their own immediate cost. While Leonidas held the pass, a simultaneous Greek naval force was engaging Persian ships in the nearby straits of Artemisium, a genuinely coordinated defensive strategy, land and sea, working together to slow the Persian advance on both fronts at once. Once Thermopylae finally fell, the Greek fleet at Artemisium withdrew as well, but the combined delay these two engagements achieved gave the wider Greek alliance genuinely valuable additional time to organize its own considerably larger defensive response further south. Picture Athens itself, evacuated in the following weeks as Xerxes' now unopposed army advanced south and burned the city. A genuine, considerable loss, but one Athenian strategist Themistocles had specifically planned for, having convinced his own city to prioritize its navy over any hope of directly defending Athens itself on land. That naval strategy paid off decisively at the Battle of Salamis, fought in the narrow straits near Athens in September of that same year, where a considerably smaller Greek fleet, using exactly the same basic principle that had made Thermopylae's narrow pass so effective on land, exploited constrained waters to neutralize Persian numerical advantage, and won a genuinely decisive naval victory. Consider how directly this connects back to everything we've walked through tonight. Since Salamis's victory convinced Xerxes himself to return to Persia with a considerable portion of his own forces, leaving a smaller army under his general Mardochnius to continue the campaign. That remaining force met its own final, decisive defeat the following year at the Battle of Plataea, fought on land by a genuinely unified Greek army, considerably larger than anything assembled at Thermopylae, finally ending the Persian invasion for good. Thermopylae, in other words, wasn't the battle that won this war. It was the battle that bought the time everything else needed to eventually win it instead. It's worth pausing here, roughly a third of the way through tonight's journey, to properly introduce the man responsible for nearly everything we actually know about these events. Herodotus writing his considerable historical account roughly 4 decades after Thermopylae itself. Sometime around 430 BCE, is generally credited today as history's first true historian, earning the honorary title Father of History for his genuinely unprecedented attempt to systematically investigate and record past events through interviews, travel, and careful comparison of competing accounts, rather than simply repeating inherited myth and legend the way earlier writers typically had. Consider, though, why Herodotus also earned a considerably less flattering secondary reputation among some later ancient critics, sometimes called, with real pointed irony, the father of lies. Herodotus recorded numerous claims modern historians consider genuinely exaggerated or unreliable, including those enormous Persian army figures we discussed earlier tonight, alongside stories involving giant gold-digging ants and other clearly fantastical details he'd apparently heard secondhand during his own considerable travels. Modern historians studying his work generally take a careful, balanced approach, treating Herodotus as a genuinely valuable primary source for events he investigated firsthand or heard from reasonably credible contemporary witnesses, while remaining appropriately skeptical of numbers and details that seem to reflect exaggeration, second-hand distortion, or simple storytelling flourish accumulated across decades of retelling before he ever wrote them down. Picture, too, a broader pattern historians call the Spartan mirage, worth understanding honestly before we go any further into Sparta's own considerable cultural legacy. A great deal of what popular imagination believes about ancient Sparta actually comes from later Greek and Roman writers, and eventually modern admirers who idealized Spartan discipline and militarism for their own particular philosophical or political purposes, often centuries after Sparta's own actual golden age had already passed. Athens, Sparta's own great rival, produced most of the surviving written sources about Spartan society, meaning much of what we think we know comes through the lens of Sparta's own ideological opponents, occasionally exaggerating Spartan austerity and discipline, specifically to make a rhetorical point about the differences between the two rival cities. Consider what this means for tonight's own account, since it's worth applying the same careful historical caution to Sparta itself that we've applied to Herodotus's own numbers. Sparta was genuinely, distinctively militaristic, and the agoge, the helot system, and the cryptieia were genuinely real, well-documented historical institutions. But some of the more extreme popular claims about Spartan life, occasionally repeated confidently in modern retellings, rest on considerably less reliable ancient testimony than the core historical facts we've spent tonight actually establishing. Picture Gorgo, Leonidas's own wife, and according to Herodotus, a genuinely formidable figure in her own right within Spartan society, remembered for a considerable collection of recorded sayings reflecting the particular blunt, economical style of speech Spartans were famous for across the ancient Greek world, a manner of speaking still called laconic today, directly named after Sparta's own home region of Lakeoechnia. When another Greek woman reportedly asked Gorgo why Spartan women were the only ones in Greece who ruled their own men, she's recorded as answering simply that Spartan women were the only ones who gave birth to real men. A genuinely sharp, characteristically economical piece of wit. Consider, too, the phrase most popularly associated with Spartan mothers sending their sons to war: "Come back with your shield, or on it," attributed by the later writer Plutarch to Spartan women generally, reflecting the genuine cultural expectation that a Spartan soldier should either return victorious, shield in hand, or be carried home dead upon it, since abandoning one's shield during retreat was considered a genuine, serious disgrace. Whether any specific Spartan mother actually spoke this exact phrase to any specific son remains, honestly, impossible to verify with real confidence, but it reflects a genuine, well-documented cultural value Spartan society placed on exactly this kind of unwavering, disciplined commitment. Picture modern archaeologists working at Thermopylae itself in more recent decades, recovering bronze arrowheads from the small hill where ancient accounts describe the Greek defenders' actual final stand taking place. Physical evidence directly corroborating Herodotus's own account of the battle's final phase. Persian archers finishing off the last defenders from a distance rather than risking further costly direct combat. These recovered arrowheads, displayed today in a small museum near the battlefield, represent genuine, tangible physical confirmation of specific details within Herodotus's considerably larger, occasionally exaggerated account. A useful reminder that even a source prone to some genuine exaggeration can still preserve real, independently verifiable historical truth within its broader narrative. We've already corrected two significant popular misconceptions tonight regarding EFFEALTs and regarding the immortals. But what about Xerxes himself, sometimes imagined as something closer to a towering, otherworldly figure than an actual man? Consider what ancient sources genuinely describe instead. The real Xerxes was, so far as any ancient source actually describes him, an ordinary human king, genuinely powerful and genuinely wealthy, but entirely human in scale, ruling through inherited authority, court, ritual, and considerable administrative sophistication, rather than anything resembling divine or superhuman presence. Picture, too, something worth naming honestly, a persistent pattern in how ancient Greek conflict with Persia has sometimes been retold across the centuries, framing a genuinely complex geopolitical conflict between two sophisticated ancient civilizations as a simpler, more mythic clash between civilized order and monstrous, foreign chaos. A framing that says considerably more about later storytellers' own cultural assumptions than it does about the actual historical Persian Empire, which was, in genuine fact, a remarkably sophisticated, well-administered state responsible for considerable achievements in engineering, governance, and cultural tolerance across an enormous, genuinely diverse territory. Consider one genuinely sharp piece of battlefield wit worth, including exactly as Herodotus originally recorded it. In response to a Persian claim that their arrows would be so numerous they would blot out the sun, a Spartan soldier named Dianakes reportedly replied calmly that this news was actually rather welcome, since it would mean the Greeks could fight in the shade. It needed no invention at all. The real historical record already preserved something worth keeping largely as written. Picture how this same story was already being invoked for political purposes within living memory of the battle itself. Since later 5th century Greek politics returned to the Thermopylae repeatedly for its own rhetorical purposes. During the considerably longer, more destructive Peloponnesian War fought between Athens and Sparta decades later, both sides found occasion to invoke the shared memory of standing together against Persia. Athenian orators reminding audiences of their own navy's decisive role. Spartan leaders invoking Leonidas's own sacrifice as evidence of their city's unmatched commitment to Greek freedom. Each side shaping the same shared history to serve its own, considerably more immediate, considerably more self-interested wartime argument. Consider how quickly, in other words, this particular story became a rhetorical tool, even among the very cities that had actually lived through it. Evidence that the impulse to reshape Thermopylae for present purposes didn't begin centuries later at all. Sparta and Athens, allies against Xerxes, became bitter rivals within a single generation, and the same battle each had once fought side by side against a shared enemy became, in the mouths of their own later orators, a considerably more contested piece of evidence in an entirely different argument about which city truly deserved the mantle of Greek leadership. Picture, briefly, the genuine asymmetry in surviving historical sources this entire story has to work with, since it's worth being honest about a real limitation. Nearly everything we know about these events comes from Greek writers, Herodotus foremost among them, meaning we're working almost entirely from the winning side's own perspective and record keeping. Persian administrative records from this exact period have survived considerably less completely, and no equivalent Persian historian produced anything like Herodotus's detailed narrative account of these same events from their own side. This doesn't necessarily mean Herodotus's account is wrong, but it does mean tonight's entire story, like most ancient history concerning this particular conflict, comes to us filtered almost entirely through Greek eyes, worth remembering honestly rather than treating Herodotus's version as some kind of neutral, complete record. Picture the actual physical equipment a Spartan hoplite soldier carried into that narrow pass, since the real gear was considerably heavier and considerably more genuinely demanding to fight in than most popular depictions properly convey. A bronze cuirass, or increasingly by this period, a considerably lighter linen equivalent, protected the torso, while bronze greaves covered the shins and a bronze helmet, often the distinctive Corinthian style with its narrow eye slits and integrated nose guard, protected the head, sometimes at the genuine cost of hearing and peripheral vision. The soldier's most important piece of equipment, though, was his shield, called an aspes, a large, deeply curved bronze-faced wooden disc, roughly 3 feet across, weighing somewhere around 15 pounds, held not by a simple central hand grip, but by a genuinely clever double grip system, a bronze armband near the elbow and a handle near the rim, allowing the shield's weight to rest against the forearm, rather than requiring the hand alone to support it through hours of of sustained combat. Consider what this specific shield design actually meant for how the phalanx formation worked in practice, since it explains something genuinely important about ancient Greek combat tactics. Because the shield's left half extended naturally beyond its bearer's own body, each soldier's shield provided partial protection to the man standing directly to his left, as well as to himself, meaning the entire phalanx formation depended on genuine, sustained mutual trust between neighboring soldiers, each man's own safety directly dependent on the soldier beside him, holding his position and his shield steady, rather than breaking and running at the first sign of real danger. Picture the physical experience of actually fighting in this kind of formation for hours at a stretch. The considerable weight of bronze armor in genuine summer heat, the crush of the formation itself pressing bodies together, the noise of metal against metal and shield against shield, and underneath all of it, the sheer physical exhaustion of holding a defensive position against repeated waves of attacking soldiers across 3 consecutive days. Ancient Greek warfare, for all its considerable tactical sophistication, remained fundamentally a matter of genuine, exhausting physical endurance, exactly the quality Sparta's entire ugogi education system had spent each soldier's whole childhood specifically training them to sustain. Picture the considerable number of Greek cities that chose an entirely different path than the defenders at Thermopylae, submitting to Persian authority rather than risking destruction. A choice Herodotus records with genuine, pointed disapproval, but one that reflected a completely reasonable calculation for many smaller cities facing an invasion force this genuinely large. Thessaly, a considerable region in northern Greece, formally submitted to Persian authority once Xerxes' army arrived, and several other cities followed similar paths, meaning the unified Greek resistance popular memory tends to imagine was, in genuine historical fact, always a coalition of specifically willing cities rather than anything close to a unanimous Greek response. Consider how this actually sharpens rather than diminishes what happened at Thermopylae, since the defenders, they weren't simply representing an already unified Greek nation defending itself as one people. They were a specific, voluntary coalition of specific cities, choosing resistance, while considerable numbers of their fellow Greeks chose accommodation instead. A genuinely more complicated, more historically accurate picture than the simpler Greeks united against Persia. Narrative popular retellings sometimes prefer picture the years immediately following the Persian War's eventual conclusion. Greek cities across the alliance, erecting monuments and memorials commemorating the considerable, hard-won victory, including a genuinely striking bronze column at Delphi, cast from melted-down Persian weapons captured during the fighting, listing the names of every Greek city that had actually participated in the resistance, a permanent physical record of exactly which cities had chosen to fight and which had not. Thermopylae itself received its own dedicated memorials, including the stone lion monument commemorating Leonidas specifically, and Simonid's own epitaph, which we discussed earlier tonight, carved directly at the site where the final defenders actually fell. Consider, too, how this same story has continued being retold and reshaped across every subsequent century since, each era finding its own particular reason to invoke Thermopylae for its own contemporary purposes. Ancient Greek and Roman writers held it up as an example of disciplined civic virtue. European nations facing their own considerable military threats across the following centuries repeatedly invoked the few against many narrative for their own patriotic purposes, each version shaped by its own particular eras, own particular needs and assumptions, considerably more than by any careful, consistent commitment to the actual historical record. Let your shoulders settle a little further now, wherever you're resting tonight, since we're going to step back from the past itself for a while and look at what actually became of Sparta in the centuries following its own considerable moment of glory. Picture Spartan political structure more broadly, since the two kings we've discussed represented only part of a genuinely complex governing system. A council of elders called the Groocia and a board of 5 annually elected officials called ephors held considerable practical power alongside the dual monarchy, a system of checks and balances specifically designed to prevent any single Spartan, kings included, from accumulating too much unchecked personal authority. Consider the genuine historical irony worth sitting with here. Given everything we discussed earlier tonight regarding the Thebans' disputed loyalty at Thermopylae, Sparta's own military dominance across the wider Greek world eventually ended decisively at the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BCE, where a Theban army, led by the genuinely innovative general Apamionoendas decisively defeated Spartan forces using new tactical formations that exploited weaknesses in the traditional phalanx approach Sparta itself had relied upon for centuries. The very city whose loyalty at the Thermopylae remains genuinely disputed would, within roughly a century, become the power that finally, decisively broke Spartan military supremacy for good. Picture Sparta's own population, meanwhile, gradually declining across these same centuries, a demographic crisis historians call oliganthropia, a shrinking pool of full citizens eligible for the rigorous agoge training and full military service, as Sparta's own rigid citizenship requirements and considerable wartime casualties steadily reduced the number of men able to maintain the demanding military lifestyle the entire society had been built around. By the time Roman power eventually absorbed Greece entirely, Sparta had become, in genuine historical fact, a considerably diminished city, its former military dominance reduced to something closer to a curious historical reputation, visited by later Roman tourists specifically curious to see the famous, austere Spartan way of life that had, by that point, already become more legend than living practice. Picture Leonidas's own path to Sparta's throne, since it's worth understanding briefly before we return to the pass itself. He wasn't originally expected to become king at all, ascending to the throne only after his older half-brother Cleomenes died, without a surviving son of his own. A genuinely unusual path to power that meant Leonidas came to Sparta's dual monarchy somewhat later in life than many Spartan kings. Already a mature, experienced man by the time he led that final advance force north toward Thermopylae. Why has this particular story, out of so many genuinely dramatic ancient battles, managed to capture such persistent, recurring cultural attention across every subsequent century since it actually happened? Consider the specific philosophical and political uses later thinkers found for Sparta's example, since the pattern is genuinely worth understanding. Enlightenment era political theorists, including figures involved in revolutionary movements across both Europe and America, occasionally invoked idealized Spartan civic virtue and discipline as a model worth emulating, generally focusing considerably more on Sparta's reputation for austere self-sacrifice than on the considerably less flattering realities of the Helot system we discussed at the very beginning of tonight's journey. Picture 2. how selectively different eras have chosen which particular aspects of this same historical example to actually emphasize, since it's a pattern worth naming honestly. 19th and 20th century military academies across multiple countries invoked Thermopylae specifically as an example of disciplined, sacrificial courage against overwhelming odds, while largely setting aside the considerably more uncomfortable context of Spartan societies, own dependence on mass enslavement, and state-sanctioned terror against that same enslaved population. Tonight's own account has tried to hold both halves of this story together honestly. The genuine courage and discipline the defenders at Thermopylae actually displayed, and the genuinely difficult, uncomfortable society that had shaped and produced them in the first place. Picture a modern visitor standing at Thermopylae today, walking past a considerable bronze statue of Leonidas, erected in 1955. Its base inscribed simply with the single Greek word mohlon lehve, meaning roughly come and take them, a phrase Plutarch attributed to Leonidas as his response when Xerxes demanded the Greek defenders surrender their weapons. Whether Leonidas genuinely spoke this exact phrase remains, like several other quotable lines attributed to figures across tonight's story, honestly difficult to verify with real certainty, since Plutarch was writing considerably later than Herodotus, working from an even longer chain of accumulated tradition and retelling. Consider what that same modern visitor would actually notice about the surrounding landscape, though since it's genuinely different from what Leonidas's own defenders would have seen. The coastline has retreated considerably over the intervening 2,500 years. Sediment carried down by nearby rivers, gradually filling in what was once open sea, meaning the narrow, water-constrained pass that made this location so strategically valuable no longer exists in quite the same form. Modern Thermopylae sits considerably further from the current coastline than it did in 480 BCE. A geological reminder that even a landscape this historically significant continues slowly, patiently changing long after the specific human drama that made it famous has ended. Picture the small on-site museum near the battlefield, displaying those recovered bronze arrowheads we discussed earlier tonight, alongside other genuine archaeological finds from the surrounding area. A modest but genuinely valuable physical connection to events otherwise known almost entirely through written text rather than surviving material evidence. Most ancient battles, even genuinely famous ones, leave remarkably little direct physical trace behind, meaning Thermopylae's own modest but real archaeological record represents something genuinely valuable for historians working to verify and occasionally gently correct the written accounts that have otherwise carried this story forward across so many intervening centuries. Picture the naval engagement at Artemisium in slightly more detail, since it deserves considerably more attention than the brief mention we gave it earlier tonight. Greek ships, considerably outnumbered by the Persian fleet, used the narrow strait's own confined waters in much the same way Leonidas's forces were using the pass at Thermopylae simultaneously, forcing Persian ships to engage in smaller, more manageable groups rather than allowing their full numerical advantage to matter. A considerable storm damaged a significant portion of the Persian fleet during this same period. According to Herodotus's account, an event Greek writers naturally interpreted as evidence of divine favor, though modern historians simply note it as a genuinely fortunate piece of timing for the outnumbered Greek defenders. Consider Themistocles, the Athenian strategist, whose considerable political skill shaped Greece's entire naval strategy across this campaign, since he deserves real credit alongside Leonidas for the war's eventual successful outcome. Themistocles had, in the years before Xerxes' invasion, convinced Athens to invest its own considerable silver mining revenue into building a genuinely substantial war fleet, ostensibly for a separate, smaller conflict with a rival Greek city, but positioning Athens perfectly for exactly the naval-focused strategy that would eventually prove decisive at Salamis. It's worth knowing his name specifically, since Themistocles' own careful, patient political maneuvering, convincing a genuinely reluctant Athenian public to fund and build that fleet years before anyone knew exactly how urgently it would eventually be needed, mattered every bit as much to the war's final outcome as any single battle's own dramatic events. Picture the considerable political transformation Greece underwent in the decades immediately following this entire war's eventual conclusion. Athens, having demonstrated genuine naval leadership at Salamis, gradually assuming leadership of a new defensive alliance called the Delian League, originally formed to continue protecting Greek cities from any renewed Persian threat, but gradually transforming across the following decades into something considerably closer to an Athenian empire, with member cities paying tribute that increasingly served Athens's own interests rather than any genuine collective Greek defense. Sparta, watching this transformation with genuine, growing unease, would eventually lead its own coalition against Athens in the devastating Peloponnesian War, a considerably longer, more destructive conflict than anything Persia had managed to inflict on Greece, fought between the very same cities that had, within living memory, stood together at Thermopylae and Salamis against a common outside enemy. Picture the oracle at Delphi, consulted by Spartan representatives sometime before this entire campaign began. According to Herodotus's account, receiving a genuinely striking prophecy warning that either Sparta itself would be destroyed by the invading Persians, or one of its own two kings would have to die to prevent that outcome. It's worth being appropriately careful with this particular detail, since we can't know with any real confidence whether this prophecy was genuinely delivered before the battle and shaped Leonidas's own thinking, or whether it was recorded afterward, once his death had already occurred, as a considerably tidier explanation for a choice that likely involved simple, hard military calculation about buying time for the wider Greek alliance. Consider historian Paul Cardolge, whose considerable scholarly career has focused specifically on ancient Sparta, and who has written extensively about exactly this kind of difficulty, separating genuine ancient religious belief from later retrospective storytelling. Cardolge and other modern Sparta specialists generally caution against either fully accepting or fully dismissing stories like the Delphi prophecy, since ancient Greek society genuinely did take oracle consultations seriously as a real factor in major decisions, while ancient writers also genuinely did enjoy adding tidy, dramatically satisfying religious explanations to decisions that likely involved considerably more mundane practical reasoning as well. Picture for a moment the genuine uncertainty historians studying this period have to sit with regularly, weighing a prophecy that might have been real and consequential against a prophecy that might have been invented or embellished after the fact, without any way to fully resolve the question using currently available evidence. It's a fitting reminder, this deep into tonight's own careful account, that even the most thoroughly researched ancient history still contains genuine, honest gaps, moments where the most responsible answer remains simply acknowledging what we don't, and likely can't, know for certain. Picture, briefly, the broader Persian imperial perspective on this entire conflict, since we've spent most of tonight understandably focused on the Greek side of events. Given how thoroughly Greek sources dominate the surviving historical record, Persian kings traditionally demanded a ritual submission from conquered or surrendering territories, a formal offering of earth and water, symbolizing a city's acceptance of Persian authority. Xerxes had sent envoys to Greek cities, specifically requesting this same submission before his invasion began. And Herodotus records that both Athens and Sparta responded by executing the Persian envoys rather than submitting. A genuinely serious diplomatic insult that Xerxes' own considerable invasion force was, in part, specifically assembled to properly avenge. Consider how this detail actually reframes Xerxes' own motivations slightly. Beyond the simple inherited grudge from his father Darius, we discussed at the very beginning of tonight's story. From the Persian imperial perspective, this invasion represented legitimate punishment for a considerable diplomatic offense. The killing of official royal envoys, combined with continued Greek support for rebellious territories within Persia's own considerable empire. It's worth holding both perspectives honestly in mind together. A genuinely defensive Greek resistance against invasion, and a Persian king who, from his own imperial vantage point, likely considered his own actions entirely justified punishment for serious, repeated provocation. Picture the actual march north from Sparta one more time, considerably more slowly this time. Dust rising from several thousand marching feet, the genuine physical discomfort of moving in full bronze armor through Greek summer heat. Water and food supplies carefully managed across each day's considerable distance. And underneath all of it, soldiers who had spent their entire lives training specifically for exactly this kind of sustained physical demand. Moving with the same disciplined, coordinated rhythm, the Ugoji had spent decades carefully instilling in each and every one of them. Picture modern military strategists, considerably more than 2,000 years after the actual battle, still studying the Thermopylae as a genuine case study in what's sometimes called choke point or defile warfare, deliberately using constrained terrain to neutralize a numerically superior opponent's advantage. Military academies across multiple modern nations have referenced this same basic tactical principle across considerably more recent conflicts, a genuine, continuously relevant lesson about geography and force concentration that has outlasted every single specific weapon and tactic actually used during the original battle itself. Consider the genuine archaeological uncertainty surrounding the battle's exact original positions, since the coastline changes we discussed earlier tonight have made precisely reconstructing the ancient battlefield considerably more difficult than simply walking the modern site and assuming it matches Herodotus's own description exactly. Researchers have used a combination of ancient textual description, geological core sampling to trace the historical coastline's actual position, and careful comparison against Herodotus's own considerably detailed geographic account to propose the most likely original battle positions, work that continues refining our understanding of exactly where specific phases of the fighting actually took place, even now, well over 2,000 years after the actual events themselves. You've been listening for a while now, and if your own eyes have already closed, that's exactly where they are meant to be. Picture gently why a story this old, this thoroughly picked apart by careful historians correcting exaggeration and later invention alike, still manages to hold genuine attention after 2,500 years. It isn't really the number 300 or the impossible odds or even the eventual sacrifice itself. It's something closer to the specific human shape of the choice itself. Ordinary people, imperfect and shaped by an imperfect, occasionally brutal society, choosing with clear eyes and considerable courage to spend their own remaining time buying safety for people they would never personally meet. Picture a genuinely fascinating figure worth including before we continue. Thermopylae, a former Spartan king himself, deposed years earlier through a considerable political scandal, and subsequently exiled to the Persian court, where he had lived for years by the time Xerxes' invasion actually began. According to Herodotus, Thermopylae accompanied Xerxes' own invasion force and repeatedly warned the Persian king not to underestimate Spartan resolve, explaining, in a passage historians generally consider one of Herodotus's more genuinely thoughtful pieces of writing, that Spartans though free men, obeyed a master more absolute than any Persian subject obeyed their own king. A strict, internalized code of law and honor that would compel them to fight regardless of how overwhelming the odds against them actually appeared. Consider how genuinely poignant this particular detail actually is. A former Spartan king, exiled by his own city, still understanding his former countrymen well enough to accurately predict exactly how they would behave once battle actually began, and doing so according to Herodotus's account, specifically to warn the very enemy he was now serving. Xerxes, according to the same account, largely dismissed Thermopylae's warning at the time, only to watch it prove genuinely considerably accurate once fighting at the Thermopylae actually commenced. It's a small human detail worth holding onto, that even among the invading force itself, at least one man understood with real clarity exactly what kind of resistance his former countrymen were actually capable of mounting. Picture, too, the considerable long-term consequences this entire war's eventual outcome carried for Persia itself. Since the empire's failed conquest of Greece marked a genuine turning point in its own broader imperial trajectory, Persia would never again attempt a full-scale invasion of the Greek mainland. After Xerxes' campaign's eventual failure and the empire's reputation for genuine military invincibility, considerable up to this point, given decades of successful territorial expansion, suffered real, lasting damage. Within roughly a century and a half, Alexander the Great would lead his own invasion in the opposite direction entirely, conquering the Persian Empire outright, a conquest historians sometimes note was made considerably easier by exactly the kind of weakened imperial confidence and internal strain that had been building, in part, since Xerxes' own failed Greek campaign generations earlier. Picture why the specific number 300 was chosen at all, since it wasn't an arbitrary or symbolic figure invented for this particular occasion. Sparta maintained a standing royal bodyguard called the Hippies, literally meaning horsemen, despite fighting entirely as infantry by this period. A permanent unit of exactly 300 selected young Spartan men who served as an elite honor guard attached directly to the kingship itself. Leonidas's force at Thermopylae was drawn from, and likely composed largely of, this same existing institution, meaning the famous number reflects a genuine, pre-existing military tradition rather than any specific calculation made for this particular campaign. Consider what this actually tells us about how carefully Leonidas's advance force was assembled. Since drawing specifically from Sparta's existing elite guard, rather than simply gathering any available 300 citizen soldiers, meant these were, by any reasonable measure, among the most rigorously trained, most experienced soldiers Sparta's entire military system was capable of producing. This wasn't an improvised, hastily gathered volunteer force. It was, in genuine practical terms, close to the best fighting force Sparta had immediately available, sent specifically because the mission ahead required exactly that level of proven, considerable skill and discipline. Picture, for a moment, what selection into the Hippias itself would have actually meant within Spartan society more broadly. A genuine mark of considerable honor and proven martial accomplishment, earned through years of demonstrated skill, following the already demanding agoge education every Spartan man had already completed. The 300 men who marched north with Leonidas weren't simply unlucky enough to be chosen for a dangerous mission. They represented, in a genuine sense, Sparta's own considerable, carefully cultivated military elite. Men whose entire lives had been shaped deliberately and systematically toward being capable of exactly the kind of disciplined last stand they would eventually be called upon to make. But did every single Spartan actually die at the Thermopylae, the way popular retellings almost universally assume? Picture a Spartan soldier named Aristodemus suffering from a genuinely severe eye infection in the days immediately before the final battle, sent away from the pass by Leonidas himself. According to Herodotus's account, along with another soldier similarly afflicted, specifically to recover rather than fight while unable to see properly. Aristodemus survived, the only one of Leonidas's original 300 to return home to Sparta alive. And what happened to him afterward reveals something genuinely striking about Spartan cultural values. Consider the reception Aristodemus actually received back in Sparta, since it was considerably harsher than simple relief at his survival. Herodotus records that Spartan society treated him with genuine, sustained contempt, nicknaming him Aristodemus the Coward, and subjecting him to social ostracism so severe that no fellow citizen would even share fire with him or speak to him directly, regardless of the entirely legitimate medical reason for his absence from the final battle. This treatment reflects, with genuine clarity, exactly how absolute Sparta's cultural expectation of unwavering combat commitment actually was, sufficient to override even a clearly documented, entirely legitimate physical incapacity. Picture Aristodemus's own eventual response to this considerable social punishment, since Herodotus records he sought and achieved a genuine redemption the following year at the Battle of Plataea, fighting, according to the account, with a deliberate, almost reckless ferocity that resulted in his own death, but also in widely acknowledged individual battlefield distinction. Even this attempted redemption proved complicated, though, since Spartan authorities ultimately declined to award him the same posthumous honors given to other soldiers who died at Plataea, judging that his reckless conduct reflected a desperate attempt to erase personal shame rather than the same disciplined, collective courage Sparta's military culture officially valued above pure individual glory-seeking. Picture the second soldier sent away with that same eye affliction, a man named Herodotus, who made an entirely different choice once news reached him that the Persian flanking force had completed its mountain crossing, and the final battle was about to begin. Rather than accepting his own medical exemption the way Aristodemus ultimately did, Herodotus had his own helot attendant guide him back to the pass, unable to see clearly enough to fight unassisted, and died there alongside his fellow Spartans, choosing death in battle over survival with even a legitimate excuse. Consider how directly this pairing of two nearly identical situations, two men, the same illness, the same medical exemption, reaching two entirely different choices, illustrates exactly the kind of absolute cultural expectations Spartan society placed on its own soldiers. One man's survival, however medically justified, brought him lasting social disgrace. The other man's choice to return, blind and dependent on an enslaved attendant's guidance to certain death, earned him the honor Aristodemus would spend the rest of his own life failing to fully recover. It's worth sitting with how genuinely unforgiving this particular value system actually was, offering essentially no acceptable middle ground between glorious death and permanent social exile. Picture 2. The helot attendant who guided Herodotus back into that final battle. A detail worth noticing precisely, because it's so easy to pass over without comment. This enslaved man, whose name Herodotus doesn't even bother recording, walked directly into the same fatal combat as his Spartan master, presumably dying there as well, receiving no memorial, no epitaph, no bronze statue erected centuries later in his own honor. The entire system of glory and remembrance we've spent tonight examining rested at every single level on exactly this kind of unrecorded, unremembered labor and sacrifice. The Helot population, whose forced work made Spartan military culture possible in the first place, extending even into the final moments of the battle that would make Sparta legendary for the following 2,500 years. Picture the actual ethnic and cultural diversity within Xerxes' invasion force. Since Herodotus's own account, whatever its exaggerated numbers, provides genuinely detailed description of the many different peoples serving within the Persian military. Egyptian soldiers fought alongside Assyrians, Indians, Ethiopians, and dozens of other peoples, drawn from across an empire stretching from the Nile to the Indus, each contingent wearing distinctive traditional dress and wielding weapons specific to their own particular regional military tradition. According to Herodotus's own careful, almost ethnographic description of the assembled force. Consider how this genuine diversity contradicts any assumption that the Persian army was some largely uniform, monolithic horde, since the actual historical reality was considerably more complex. An empire genuinely capable of mobilizing military contingents from dozens of distinct cultures and regions, each bringing their own particular equipment, tactics, and traditions to a single coordinated military campaign. This kind of genuine administrative and logistical sophistication, successfully coordinating soldiers from such an enormous range of different cultures and languages into one functioning invasion force, represents its own kind of considerable achievement. One popular retellings focused entirely on Greek heroism rarely bother to properly acknowledge. Picture, for a moment, what this diversity actually required in practical logistical terms. Translators managing communication across dozens of different languages, supply chains adapted to different contingents, own particular dietary and equipment needs, and military commanders coordinating tactics across units with genuinely different fighting styles and traditions. The Persian Empire that assembled this invasion force was, in real historical fact, one of the most administratively sophisticated states the ancient world had yet produced. A genuine point worth holding alongside everything else tonight's story has covered regarding Greek courage and tactical skill. Picture ordinary Spartan burial customs for a moment. Since the treatment of the dead at Thermopylae actually broke from typical practice in a genuinely meaningful way, Spartan law generally prohibited placing a citizen's name on their own grave marker, an unusual restriction reflecting the broader Spartan cultural emphasis on collective identity over individual glory, with two specific exceptions carved out: men who died in childbirth for women, and men who died in battle for soldiers. This meant the fallen at Thermopylae, unlike most Spartans across their own lives, actually qualified for exactly the kind of individual named commemoration Cmonid's epitaph and later monuments eventually provided them. Consider how this specific cultural detail actually deepens our understanding of Cmonid's famous epitaph, since its emphasis on collective obedience to law rather than individual heroic glory reflects genuine Spartan values, even while marking one of the rare occasions Spartan custom permitted this kind of individual battlefield commemoration at all. The epitaph manages to honor these specific men by name and memory, while still framing their sacrifice in exactly the collective, law-abiding terms Spartan culture more broadly valued above individual distinction, a genuinely careful piece of poetic composition working precisely within Sparta's own particular cultural expectations. Picture, briefly, how this same basic story pattern, a small force sacrificing itself to delay a larger one, buying critical time for a broader cause, appears repeatedly across considerably different eras and cultures throughout later history, each society finding its own reasons to remember its own particular version of this same basic narrative shape. It's worth noting this pattern exists without suggesting any of these later examples are somehow equivalent to or directly descended from the Thermopylae specifically. It simply reflects something genuinely, recurringly compelling about this particular kind of story, wherever and whenever it happens to occur, a demonstration that courage and sacrifice can matter strategically, not just symbolically, when applied with genuine tactical understanding of exactly what a delay is actually worth. Picture a Spartan communal dining hall called a syssession, where every adult male citizen was required to eat most of his daily meals alongside a fixed group of fellow citizens, contributing a mandatory monthly quota of food and wine, specifically to sustain this shared table, since failure to meet this contribution could result in genuine loss of full citizenship rights. This system served multiple deliberate purposes at once, preventing any individual Spartan from eating too well at home while his neighbors went without, and ensuring soldiers who would eventually fight together also spent considerable time eating and bonding together throughout their entire adult lives. Consider the syssession's most famous and most notoriously unappetizing culinary specialty, a dish ancient writers called melos zohmas, or black broth, made from pork boiled in blood, vinegar, and salt. A genuinely distinctive dish other ancient Greeks reportedly found almost impossible to stomach. A story recorded by later writers describes a visitor from Sicily, renowned at the time for its own sophisticated cuisine, tasting Spartan black broth and remarking that he finally understood why Spartans showed such little fear of death in battle, since anyone accustomed to eating this particular dish daily would have little left to lose by comparison. Picture how directly this same communal dining system connects back to the 300 men who marched to the Thermopylae, since these weren't simply soldiers who trained together in the agoge as children. They were men who had spent their entire adult lives eating, literally, at the same shared tables, bound together by decades of daily, deliberate communal ritual, specifically designed to erase individual distinction in favor of genuine collective identity. By the time they stood together in that narrow pass, the bond holding their formation together wasn't simply military discipline learned in childhood training. It was the accumulated weight of an entire adult lifetime spent eating, training, and living according to exactly the same shared, deliberately collective rhythm. Picture one further popular claim about Spartan society, worth addressing honestly: the widely repeated story that Spartan authorities routinely exposed infants judged physically weak or unfit at birth, abandoning them on the slopes of nearby Mount Thespian to die. This claim comes primarily from Plutarch, writing many centuries after Sparta's actual golden age, and modern historians studying the archaeological and earlier textual evidence have raised genuine, serious doubts about how widely this practice was actually carried out. If it occurred in anything like the systematic form later writers described at all, archaeological excavation at the specific site historically associated with this practice found skeletal remains predominantly belonging to adult males, not infants, complicating the traditional narrative considerably. Consider what this particular correction represents. One more example of exactly the Spartan mirage pattern we discussed earlier tonight. A genuinely dramatic claim about Spartan brutality, repeated confidently across centuries of retelling, that turns out to rest on considerably less reliable evidence than its confident popular presentation usually suggests. This doesn't mean Spartan society was gentle or forgiving, since the helot system and the crypteia we discussed at the very beginning of tonight's journey represent genuine, well-documented brutality requiring no exaggeration at all. It simply means every specific claim about Sparta deserves the same careful, individual scrutiny, rather than assuming every dramatic story about Spartan harshness is automatically equally well supported. Picture, by contrast, something genuinely well documented and considerably more positive about Spartan society: the unusual degree of property rights and physical education Spartan women actually held compared to women in most other ancient Greek city-states. Spartan women could own and inherit property directly in their own name, a genuinely unusual legal status within the wider ancient Greek world, and girls received formal physical education and athletic training, wrestling, running, and javelin throwing among documented activities, based on the genuine belief that physically strong mothers would produce physically strong sons for Sparta's own military system. Other Greek cities, including Athens, generally confined women's lives considerably more narrowly to the household, making Spartan women's comparative independence a genuine point of frequent, sometimes disapproving comment from other ancient Greek writers. Picture the actual burial of the fallen defenders after the battle finally ended, since ancient accounts suggest the Greek dead, including Leonidas's own body, once it was later recovered, were interred in or near the pass itself, with a stone lion monument, according to Herodotus, specifically erected to honor Leonidas's own particular memory. Leonidas's remains were reportedly returned to Sparta itself roughly 4 decades later, according to later sources, receiving a proper hero's burial in his own home city. Once political circumstances finally allowed for the considerable ceremony, such a return demanded. Consider how this same story has continued finding new cultural expression across the centuries since. Each new generation of writers and historians reflecting its own particular eras, own particular interests and assumptions. 19th century European historians, writing during a period of considerable nationalist sentiment across the continent, frequently emphasized the Thermopylae as a foundational moment in a broader narrative of Western civilization, defending itself against an Eastern threat. A framing modern historians now recognize as reflecting their own era's colonial and nationalist preoccupations, considerably more than it reflects the actual, considerably more complicated ancient reality of two sophisticated civilizations in genuine political conflict. Picture, for a moment, what tonight's own account has actually tried to do differently, since it's worth being clear about the purpose behind all this careful correction. The goal was never simply accumulating interesting facts for their own sake. It was walking through, as carefully and honestly as the available evidence allows, what the historical record itself actually, genuinely supports, setting aside dramatic invention and later nationalist embellishment alike, in favor of the real, considerably more complicated and considerably more human story underneath both. Picture modern historians actually working through the process of reconstructing ancient battle tactics from genuinely limited surviving evidence, cross-referencing Herodotus's own written account against later ancient military writers who described phalanx tactics in more systematic technical detail against archaeological evidence, including surviving weapons and armor from comparable sites, and against the physical geography of the pass itself, still measurable and mappable today, despite the coastline changes we discussed earlier. This kind of careful, multi-source reconstruction represents genuine, considerable scholarly labor, piecing together a coherent tactical picture from sources that individually offer only partial, sometimes contradictory detail. Consider historian Peter Green, among others who have written extensively about the broader Greco-Persian wars, whose own careful work has focused specifically on separating genuinely reliable elements of Herodotus's account from later Greek patriotic embellishment. without simply dismissing Herodotus wholesale, the way some more skeptical historians have occasionally been tempted to do. This kind of careful, balanced, scholarly approach, taking ancient sources seriously as genuine evidence, while remaining honestly critical of their obvious biases and exaggerations, represents exactly the same basic methodology we've tried to apply consistently throughout tonight's entire account. Picture gently why any of this careful historical correction actually matters, beyond simple accuracy for its own sake, since it's worth sitting with honestly as tonight's journey continues. Stories this old, retold this many times across this many centuries, inevitably accumulate genuine distortion, some accidental, drifting gradually further from the original events with each retelling, and some genuinely deliberate, shaped by whatever particular political or artistic purpose a given era's storytellers happened to be pursuing. Understanding which parts of a story like this one reflect careful historical evidence, and which parts reflect later invention, however dramatically satisfying, offers something genuinely valuable: a chance to actually meet these historical figures as the real, complicated people they likely were, rather than only as the flattened, mythologized versions later storytelling has occasionally reduced them to. So which version of the disputed Theban story actually holds up better once we look at what happened next? Picture Thebes's own subsequent political choice shortly after Thermopylae fell, since it adds a genuinely important layer to the disputed question of their contingent's loyalty during the actual battle itself. Thebes formally submitted to Persian authority not long after the pass was overrun, sending soldiers to fight alongside Xerxes' forces at the subsequent battle of Plataea the following year, a choice that retrospectively lends some real credibility to Herodotus's suggestion that Theban loyalty at Thermopylae itself may have been genuinely coerced rather than freely given. A city that would go on to actively support the Persian side seems, at minimum, a more plausible candidate for having been forced to remain at the pass against considerable reluctance than one that had already demonstrated firm, voluntary commitment to Greek resistance. Consider, though, that this same evidence remains genuinely circumstantial rather than conclusive, since a city's later political choices don't necessarily prove exactly what happened months earlier during a single specific battle. Some individual Thebans may well have fought and died at Thermopylae out of genuine personal conviction, even as their city's broader leadership made a considerably more pragmatic political calculation once the immediate military situation changed. History rarely offers the kind of clean, unanimous, citywide loyalty popular narratives sometimes prefer, and Thebes's own complicated, divided response likely reflected genuine internal disagreement among its own citizens, rather than any single, unified Theban position, either at Thermopylae or afterward. Picture the hot springs themselves one more time, since they still exist at the site today, warm mineral water bubbling up from underground, exactly the way it did in 480 BCE. The actual physical feature that gave this narrow pass its ancient name. Modern visitors can still, if they choose, dip a hand into water genuinely warmed by the same underground geological activity that made this particular stretch of coastline distinctive enough to earn its own specific name. Centuries before anyone had any reason to know it would eventually become this famous. Picture Dianakes a little more fully, since we've already met him briefly tonight as the actual source of that famous fight in the shade remark. Herodotus specifically names him as the bravest of all the Spartans who fought at Thermopylae, according to the judgment of surviving witnesses questioned afterward. A genuine, specific piece of individual recognition within a battle otherwise remembered largely through Leonidas's own more prominent role as commander. It's worth noting Dianakes' own considerable wit alongside his recorded courage, since his most famous line reflects exactly the kind of calm, understated defiance Spartan military culture seems to have genuinely valued and cultivated. Consider, briefly, what might have happened had Thermopylae never been fought at all, since it's a genuinely useful thought experiment for properly appreciating what the delay actually accomplished. Without those 3 days bought at the pass and the simultaneous naval delay at Artemisium, the wider Greek alliance would have had considerably less time to complete its own mobilization, potentially facing Xerxes' full invasion force before Athens had properly evacuated its population, or Themistocles had fully positioned his fleet for the decisive engagement at Salamis. Historians generally avoid making overly confident claims about counterfactual history, since too many variables remain genuinely unknowable. but the basic strategic value of the time purchased at Thermopylae is rarely disputed among scholars studying this particular campaign. Picture one more time the actual scale of what was purchased with those 3 days and roughly 2,000 lives, not victory itself, since Thermopylae was, in the most immediate tactical sense, a genuine Greek defeat. The pass fell, the defenders died, and Xerxes' army continued its advance, largely unimpeded afterward. What was purchased instead was time, and the psychological and strategic value of demonstrating clearly and unmistakably to the rest of Greece that Persian forces genuinely could be resisted, made to bleed, and made to pay a real, considerable price for their continued advance. Exactly the kind of demonstrated resolve that likely helped hold the wider, genuinely fragile Greek alliance together through the difficult months that still remained before the war's own eventual successful conclusion. Picture news of the passes fall actually traveling back through Greece in the days following the battle, carried by messengers moving between cities that had, up until that point, been anxiously awaiting word of exactly how the advanced defense was holding. There was no unified news network in the ancient world, meaning different cities likely received word at genuinely different times through different messengers, some accounts probably already beginning to grow slightly in the retelling, even within those first few days. The same basic human tendency toward embellishment that would eventually produce Herodotus's own inflated Persian troop numbers decades later. Consider, too, what this defeat likely meant for morale on both sides of the wider conflict, since the psychological dimension matters alongside the purely strategic one. For Xerxes and his commanders finally breaking through the pass after 3 genuinely costly days likely offered real relief. But also, if Herodotus's earlier warnings carried any weight at all, a sobering demonstration that the campaign ahead would not be the swift, easy conquest some Persian commanders may have originally anticipated. For the wider Greek alliance, word of the defenders' considerable, costly resistance, even in defeat, likely provided exactly the kind of resolve-strengthening example needed to hold together a coalition that included cities genuinely tempted, as we discussed earlier tonight, to simply submit rather than risk their own destruction. Picture the specific tactical lesson Greek commanders further south likely drew from studying exactly how the defense at Thermopylae had actually unfolded, since the eventual victory at Salamis relied on precisely the same basic principle: constrained terrain neutralizing numerical advantage, that had proven so effective, if ultimately insufficient on its own, at the pass. Themistocles' own naval strategy wasn't invented from nothing. It reflected a considered, deliberate application of a tactical lesson the wider Greek alliance had, quite literally, just watched demonstrated at genuine cost by Leonidas and his own considerably smaller force. Picture Xerxes' own reported reaction upon finally viewing Leonidas's body after the battle's conclusion, since Herodotus records a genuinely striking response worth including honestly, if briefly. The Persian king, apparently still frustrated by the considerable cost this single defensive position had exacted from his own forces, ordered Leonidas's body beheaded and displayed, a treatment Herodotus specifically notes as unusual and considered dishonorable by ordinary Persian custom, which generally showed considerable respect toward fallen enemy commanders. Herodotus frames this specific act as reflecting Xerxes' own particular personal fury at this one defeated force having cost him so dearly, an uncharacteristic departure from what Herodotus presents as Persia's own more typical, more honorable treatment of defeated opponents. Consider what this detail actually adds to our understanding of the battle's genuine human cost on both sides, since it's worth resisting the temptation to read this simply as confirming a simple narrative of Persian barbarism against Greek honor. Herodotus himself, our only real source for this specific detail, presents it as a genuine departure from normal Persian practice rather than typical behavior, suggesting even a Greek writer with every reason to portray Persian conduct unfavorably still generally credited them with more restrained, ordinary treatment of the enemy dead. What we're left with instead is something more specific and more human. A genuinely frustrated king reacting in a single, ugly moment to just how much this one narrow pass had actually cost him. Picture, in a little more technical detail, exactly how modern historians actually arrive at their considerably more modest Persian troop estimates, since it's worth understanding the real methodology rather than simply accepting a smaller number on faith. Researchers examining Xerxes' campaign have calculated the genuine logistical requirements an army of Herodotus's claimed size would have actually demanded water supply alone becoming a genuinely insurmountable problem, since ancient sources describe entire rivers running dry as Xerxes' forces crossed them, a detail that makes considerably more physical sense for an army in the low hundreds of thousands than for one numbering in the millions, which would have required water resources simply unavailable anywhere along the actual invasion route. Consider historian Hans Delbruck, whose pioneering late 19th and early 20th century work applying genuine military logistical analysis to ancient troop numbers helped establish much of the methodological foundation modern historians still use today when evaluating claims like Herodotus's inflated Persian figures. Delbruck's basic approach, working backward from genuine physical constraints, road capacity, water availability, supply chain logistics, to determine what troop numbers were actually plausible, rather than simply accepting ancient authors' own stated figures at face value, represents exactly the kind of careful, evidence-based correction we've applied repeatedly throughout tonight's entire account. Picture how satisfying this particular kind of correction actually is once you understand the reasoning behind it properly, since it's not simply historians arbitrarily deciding Herodotus exaggerated because a smaller number feels more believable. It's genuine, calculable physical constraint. How much water a specific stretch of countryside could realistically provide. How many soldiers a specific road network could actually move in a given time frame, converging on a considerably more modest, but still genuinely massive invasion force, one still large enough to make the Greek defense at Thermopylae every bit as remarkable as popular memory has always insisted it was. Picture, instead, modern Greece's own continued relationship with this particular piece of its ancient past, since the battle still carries genuine national significance well beyond casual tourism. Greek schoolchildren study the Thermopylae as a formative part of their own national history curriculum, and the site hosts periodic official commemorations, government officials, and military representatives gathering to mark the battle's anniversary in ways considerably more solemn and considerably more nationally significant than the site's popularity with international tourists might otherwise suggest. For modern Greece, this remains, in a genuine sense, still living history, part of a continuous national identity stretching back through considerable intervening centuries to the ancient world that first produced it. Consider, too, how the word Spartan itself has become a genuine, standalone adjective in modern English, generally meaning simple, austere, and disciplined, entirely independent of any specific historical knowledge about the actual ancient city that originally inspired it. Modern obstacle course races market themselves under the Spartan race brand, specifically to evoke exactly this same cultural association: disciplined endurance and physical toughness without requiring participants to know anything genuine about Helots, the Crypteia, or the actual complicated society that originally produced the reputation being marketed. Picture the actual UNESCO recognition status of the Thermopylae site today, since it remains, somewhat surprisingly given its considerable historical fame, without full UNESCO World Heritage designation, protected instead primarily through Greek national heritage law and ongoing archaeological oversight. The site continues drawing considerable numbers of visitors regardless, arriving specifically to see the pass, the museum, and Leonidas's own bronze memorial, most of them likely carrying some considerably simplified version of this story in mind as they approach a landscape that, as we discussed earlier tonight, no longer even matches the narrow, sea-constrained geography that made the original battle strategically significant in the first place. Picture, for a moment, the broader pattern this entire evening's careful correction actually represents, since we've now spent considerable time working through several distinct kinds of historical distortion, all clustered around this one particular battle. Herodotus's own genuine, if occasionally exaggerated, ancient account sitting alongside centuries of later Greek and Roman idealization, sitting alongside considerably more recent popular embellishment, each layer added by people working with their own particular purposes and their own particular distance from the actual original events. Consider how genuinely difficult it actually is, given this many accumulated layers, to reach anything close to the real, original truth of what happened at Thermopylae, and how much patient, careful scholarly work, cross-referencing archaeological evidence against textual sources, checking logistical plausibility against claimed troop numbers, comparing Herodotus against later, sometimes contradictory accounts, has genuinely gone into assembling tonight's own considered version. This isn't a story where the true version was ever hiding in plain sight, waiting for someone to simply notice it. It required real, sustained historical detective work conducted across generations of careful researchers, each one correcting or refining whatever the previous generation had gotten wrong or left unexplored. Picture, too, the genuine value in doing this same careful correction work, even for a story this old, this thoroughly retold, this seemingly already settled in popular imagination. Every single correction we've made together tonight, EFFEALT's fabricated deformity, the immortal's actual human nature, the real Persian troop numbers, the genuinely disputed Theban loyalty, existed because some particular historian somewhere decided this story deserved the same careful, patient scrutiny we might more readily apply to considerably more obscure historical questions. A story doesn't stop deserving careful accuracy simply because it's already famous, already beloved, already comfortable in its more dramatic, more simplified popular form. Picture the actual seasonal conditions during those 3 days of brutal, sustained fighting, since it's worth grounding tonight's account in genuine physical detail. Late August in this part of Greece brings genuine, considerable heat, temperatures that would have made fighting in full bronze armor a genuinely exhausting physical ordeal, entirely apart from the combat itself. Sweat pooling beneath breastplates, the metal itself growing uncomfortably warm under direct sun. Water supplies carefully rationed among soldiers who needed to remain combat-ready across multiple consecutive days of sustained engagement. Consider what this specific physical detail actually adds to our understanding of the defender's genuine endurance. Since the popular retelling often focuses so heavily on the dramatic final stand that it's easy to lose sight of just how physically demanding the preceding days of fighting actually were, entirely apart from the eventual fatal third day. These men fought, rotated in and out of the front line to manage exhaustion, fought again, all while managing genuine heat, thirst, and the accumulated physical toll of sustained combat. For 2 full days before the flanking maneuver even began forcing their final, fatal decision. Picture the specific sound this entire scene would have actually produced, bronze against bronze. The rhythmic shuffle of disciplined phalanx formation, shifting and adjusting, shouted commands in the specific Doric Greek dialect Spartans spoke. And beneath all of it, the considerable, sustained roar of a battle involving thousands of participants across multiple consecutive days. A sound that would have carried, according to some accounts, considerable distance across the surrounding countryside. Audible evidence to anyone nearby that something genuinely significant was happening in that narrow pass between the mountain and the sea. Picture, for a moment, how thoroughly popular memory has centered Sparta specifically within this entire broader conflict, when Athens's own contribution, considerably less dramatically packaged for popular retelling, likely mattered every bit as much to the war's actual final outcome. Athens provided the largest single contingent of ships at both Artemisium and the decisive victory at Salamis, and Themistocles' own patient political groundwork, convincing a genuinely reluctant Athenian citizenry to fund and build that fleet years in advance, represents exactly the kind of unglamorous, strategically essential work that rarely gets the same dramatic popular attention a doomed last stand naturally receives. Consider why exactly this imbalance in popular memory exists, since it's worth understanding honestly. A last stand, soldiers fighting to the death against overwhelming odds, offers considerably more immediate dramatic and emotional power than patient fleet construction and careful diplomatic persuasion, regardless of which contribution actually proved more strategically decisive to the war's eventual outcome. Thermopylae's genuine tactical value lay specifically in the time it purchased, time that Athens's own naval preparation and the wider Greek alliance's continued mobilization then had to actually use effectively. Both contributions were genuinely necessary. Only one of them tends to be the version most people actually remember. Picture, briefly, what a version of this same story, centered on Athens rather than Sparta, might have actually emphasized instead patient civic persuasion, considerable public investment in infrastructure years before it was needed, and a strategic mind, Themistocles, willing to accept his own city's temporary, considerable sacrifice, evacuation, and the burning of Athens itself, in service of a longer-term strategic plan. It's a genuinely different kind of heroism than Leonidas's own dramatic final stand, considerably less immediately dramatic, but arguably every bit as essential to understanding how this entire war was actually, eventually won. But what about the other soldiers who stayed and died at that pass? The ones without Sparta's entire society organized around producing exactly this kind of resolve. Picture the roughly 700 Thespian soldiers one more time, since they've received considerably less attention across tonight's account than the more famous Spartan contingent, despite choosing to remain and die alongside Leonidas's men with, so far as the historical record indicates, none of the same rigorous lifelong military training or cultural expectation of battlefield sacrifice that shaped Spartan society so completely. These were ordinary citizen soldiers from a considerably smaller, considerably less militarized city, making what may have been, in genuine human terms, an even more remarkable choice than the professionally trained Spartans beside them, since they had no equivalent agoge, no lifelong cultural conditioning, specifically preparing them for exactly this kind of sacrifice, and chose to stay regardless. Consider what this detail actually does to any simple narrative crediting Spartan military culture alone for the courage displayed at Thermopylae. Since roughly 700 ordinary Thespian citizens made essentially the identical choice to remain and fight to the death rather than retreat, while retreat remained possible without benefit of any of the specialized training or cultural machinery Sparta had spent centuries developing specifically to produce exactly this kind of battlefield resolve. Human courage, tonight's own story suggests, doesn't always require an entire society organized around producing it. Sometimes ordinary citizens, given a genuine choice, simply choose to stay anyway. Picture one final individual worth naming before we turn fully toward home. A Thespian commander named Thermopylae, who led his city's own contingent at the pass and died there alongside them. A name considerably less famous than Leonidas's own, but belonging to a man who made exactly the same fundamental choice, commanding soldiers considerably less prepared by their own society's institutions for this specific kind of sacrifice, and choosing, regardless, to stand with them until the very end. Picture Ephalt's own eventual fate, since we left his story unresolved earlier tonight, and it's worth returning to for genuine closure. According to Herodotus, Ephaltes was forced to flee Greece entirely once his betrayal became widely known, and Sparta itself formally placed a bounty on his life, a considerable reward offered to anyone who killed him. He was eventually murdered several years later, though Herodotus records the killer's actual motive appears to have involved an entirely unrelated personal dispute rather than any deliberate pursuit of Sparta's own bounty. meaning even Ephalt's own eventual death, carries a genuine, slightly unsatisfying historical ambiguity. No clean, dramatic justice, simply an ordinary murder that happened coincidentally to remove a man his own country had good reason to want dead. Consider what Persian casualties at Thermopylae actually looked like. Since ancient sources provide considerably less detail here than for the Greek defenders, reflecting the same source imbalance we discussed earlier tonight. Herodotus records Persian losses as considerable, including, notably, 2 of Xerxes' own half-brothers killed during the fighting, a detail suggesting genuinely serious losses extended even into the Persian king's own immediate family. Though precise, overall Persian casualty figures remain, honestly, impossible to establish with any real confidence, given the same general unreliability affecting Herodotus's broader troop numbers. Picture, for a moment, what it likely meant for Xerxes, personally, to lose close family members during a battle his own inherited grudge against Greece had specifically been fought to settle, a genuinely human cost layered directly on top of the strategic and political consequences we've already discussed tonight. Ancient warfare rarely spared royal families entirely, regardless of how many soldiers stood between a king and the actual fighting. And Xerxes' own considerable losses at this single narrow pass likely shaped his subsequent decisions, including his eventual choice to return to Persia himself after Salamis, rather than personally overseeing the remainder of an increasingly costly campaign. Picture, briefly, the specific role religious ritual played throughout this entire campaign, beyond the Karnevaya festival we discussed at the very beginning of tonight's story. Ancient Greek armies routinely conducted sacrifices before battle, examining the resulting entrails for favorable or unfavorable omens. A genuine, seriously held practice rather than mere ceremonial formality. Herodotus records that Spartan commanders conducted exactly this kind of ritual sacrifice before the final days fighting at Thermopylae. And while we can't know with certainty whether the reported omens were considered favorable or simply irrelevant, given the already settled decision to stay, the practice itself reflects genuine ancient Greek belief that military success depended on divine favor every bit as much as tactical skill or physical courage. Consider how this religious dimension actually complicates any purely secular, modern reading of Leonidas's own decision to remain at the pass. Since a Spartan commander operating within this genuine religious framework would have understood his choice not simply as strategic calculation, buying time for the wider alliance, but as an act carrying real spiritual weight, obedient to whatever combination of law, honor, and divine expectation Spartan religious and civic culture had woven together into a single, coherent worldview. Tonight's careful historical account has tried to present Leonidas's choice honestly within this same original context, rather than translating it entirely into modern secular terms of pure military strategy that likely wouldn't have fully matched how he or his men actually understood their own decision at the time. Picture one more time what courage itself actually meant within this specific ancient context, since it's worth being genuinely careful with a word popular retellings use constantly without always examining closely. Spartan courage, as tonight's account has tried to establish, wasn't simply individual boldness or fearlessness. It was collective, disciplined, deeply embedded within an entire social and religious system, specifically designed to produce exactly this outcome: reliable, coordinated resolve under pressure. From ordinary men trained since childhood to value the formation's own integrity above any individual soldier's personal survival. Picture Sparta's other king, Leotychidas. Since we mentioned Sparta's unusual dual monarchy earlier tonight, without fully exploring how it actually functioned during this specific campaign. While Leonidas led the land defense at Thermopylae, Leotychidas commanded the allied Greek fleet at Artemisium, a genuine, deliberate division of responsibility between Sparta's two royal houses, each king overseeing a different, simultaneous theater of the same broader campaign. This arrangement reflects something worth understanding about Spartan governance more broadly. A system genuinely designed to prevent any single individual from holding complete military authority. Even during a crisis this serious, distributing command, specifically to guard against the kind of concentrated personal power Spartan political culture had structured itself to avoid. Consider how this dual command structure actually functioned in practice during this specific campaign. Two kings, two fronts, coordinating a single strategic plan without any one individual holding final, unchecked authority over the whole operation. It's a genuinely sophisticated piece of ancient constitutional design, worth appreciating alongside everything else tonight's story has covered regarding Spartan military discipline and tactical skill, a political system mature enough to coordinate complex, simultaneous military operations across multiple fronts without requiring the kind of single unified command a modern reader might otherwise assume was necessary. Picture, finally, how this same basic principle distributed authority, careful checks against concentrated power, connects back to the broader pattern of Spartan institutional design we discussed earlier tonight. The ephors, the jroca, the dual kingship itself, all working together specifically to prevent the kind of unchecked individual authority that defined Xerxes' own considerably more centralized Persian monarchy. Two fundamentally different political systems, one built around distributed, checked authority, one built around centralized royal power, meeting in that narrow pass, each bringing its own particular institutional strengths and weaknesses to a conflict that would, in its own way, help determine which particular model of governance would eventually shape the wider ancient Mediterranean world's own political future. Picture the considerable weight of everything we've walked through together tonight, gathered now into something closer to its proper, complete shape. A grudge inherited across a decade, a bridge of boats spanning a strait, a boy taken from his family at 7 to spend the rest of his childhood becoming a soldier, an enslaved population considerably larger than the citizens who depended on their labor, kept controlled through genuine, sanctioned terror, a king choosing 300 men specifically because they had sons who would carry their names forward regardless of what happened next. A local man selling a mountain path for a price. A choice made in the dark hours before dawn to stay. Consider, too, everything popular memory quietly leaves out when it simplifies this same story down to its most dramatic, most easily marketable elements. The roughly 700 Thespians who made the identical choice without any of Sparta's specialized training. The genuinely disputed Thebans whose own fate remains honestly uncertain. The Helot attendant who walked into the same fatal battle as his Spartan master and received no memorial at all. The Persian soldiers drawn from dozens of different cultures across an empire, genuinely capable of coordinating them all toward one considerable, if ultimately unsuccessful, invasion. Picture, gently, why tonight's own careful, patient version of this story still manages to hold genuine weight, even after we've set aside every invented villain and impossible number along the way, even after we've complicated the simple 300 against millions, framing considerably. What remains, once all of that dramatic invention is set carefully aside, is something quieter and, in its own way, more affecting. Ordinary people, shaped by an imperfect, occasionally brutal society, making a real, costly, clear-eyed choice, and a story detailed enough, documented enough, that we can still, 2,500 years later, know many of their actual names. Whatever became of the king whose own inherited grudge started this entire chain of events in the first place? Picture Xerxes himself, years later, back in Persia, his own considerable ambitions in Greece, having ultimately failed despite the vast resources poured into the attempt. His own life ended not on any distant battlefield, but within his own palace, assassinated in 465 BCE in a genuine court conspiracy involving his own chief bodyguard. A considerably less dramatic end than any battlefield death, but one that carries its own particular irony, worth sitting with. The king whose inherited grudge set this entire campaign in motion, who commanded an empire stretching across 3 continents, who watched 2 of his own half-brothers die in that narrow pass, ultimately met his own end through the same kind of ordinary human betrayal that had first opened the Thermopylae itself to his advancing army. Consider what this final detail actually adds to tonight's entire account, since it's worth closing this particular thread honestly, rather than leaving Xerxes frozen forever at the height of his own considerable power. Kings and empires, however vast, remain subject to exactly the same basic human vulnerabilities as everyone else in tonight's story: ambition, grudges, betrayal, and eventually mortality. Xerxes' own death by assassination, roughly 15 years after Thermopylae, offers a fitting, if somber, final note to a story that has, across tonight's entire journey, consistently found the real, human-scale truth considerably more interesting than any mythologized, larger-than-life version could ever quite manage to be. Picture, one more time, the actual physical evidence still connecting us to these events today, beyond the arrowheads and the reshaped coastline we discussed earlier tonight. CMONID's own epitaph, the version visible at the site today, is actually a modern reconstruction based on ancient textual sources describing the original inscription. since the original stone marker itself didn't survive the intervening centuries intact. This is worth knowing honestly, since it's one more small example of the same careful, layered reconstruction running through this entire story. Ancient text, later commentary, modern archaeological and historical scholarship, all working together to rebuild, as faithfully as possible, something that time itself has otherwise mostly worn away. Consider the genuine humility this kind of reconstruction actually requires from careful historians, acknowledging openly that even a monument as famous as Leonidas's own epitaph exists today partly through careful modern scholarship rather than pure, unbroken physical survival, without treating that honest admission as somehow undermining the story's genuine historical foundation. The core events, the pass, the 3 days of fighting, the flanking betrayal, the final stand, remain genuinely well documented and cross-verified across multiple independent lines of evidence. The specific physical monuments marking those events today simply represent, like so much else we've discussed tonight, a careful, ongoing collaboration between ancient memory and modern reconstruction. Picture the pass at dusk now, the fighting itself over for roughly 2,500 years. Tourists and their guides having left for the day. The specific narrow stretch of ground where thousands of men once fought across 3 genuinely brutal days, settling now into the same quiet it has known for most of its own considerable history. Brief, violent human drama, followed by centuries upon centuries of simple, undisturbed geological patience. Picture, before we finally head toward the pass one last time together, the considerable community of historians whose careful, patient work made tonight's whole account actually possible. Paul Cardolge and his decades studying Spartan society honestly. Hans D.E.L. Bruck working out genuine logistical constraints on ancient troop numbers. Peter Green separating reliable historical kernel from later patriotic embellishment, and generations of archaeologists carefully excavating arrowheads and tracing ancient coastlines through patient geological sampling. None of tonight's careful corrections happened by accident. Each one required someone specifically deciding this particular story, however familiar, however already beloved in its more dramatic popular form, was still worth the considerable effort of getting right. Consider, too, that this same careful correction work continues actively today. Historians still refining exact troop estimates, archaeologists still working to precisely map the ancient battlefield's original geography, classicists still debating exactly how much weight to give Herodotus's own occasionally unreliable numbers against his otherwise genuinely valuable eyewitness-adjacent testimony. Tonight's account represents the best current understanding available, assembled from considerable ongoing scholarly effort, and like any honest historical account, it remains genuinely open to whatever future research eventually refines or corrects. Picture your own breathing now, slow and steady, matching the same unhurried pace this entire account has tried to hold since we first stood at the edge of that dusty plain near Marathon, 10 years before any of tonight's central events had even begun. There's nothing left to correct tonight, no further myth to gently set aside, no further name to properly restore to its rightful place in this considerable, carefully assembled story. Picture, though, one more genuinely important thread still worth including before we actually let this story rest. Since we've spent tonight correcting so much popular misconception, that it's worth being fair to what real historical memory itself actually preserved without any need for embellishment at all. The 300 Spartans who marched north with Leonidas, whatever else popular retelling has added or distorted since, genuinely did choose to stay. The betrayal genuinely happened. The final stand genuinely occurred, roughly where ancient sources describe it, against genuinely overwhelming numbers, however much smaller those numbers actually were than Herodotus's own inflated figures suggest. Correcting a story's exaggerations and inventions was never about diminishing what actually happened. It was about making sure what actually happened gets to stand on its own considerable merits, rather than needing any fabricated monster to feel sufficiently dramatic. Consider, finally, what actually made these particular men's choice so genuinely remarkable. Once every layer of later invention has been carefully set aside. Not superhuman strength, not supernatural enemies, just ordinary human beings shaped by a demanding, imperfect society, understanding with real clarity exactly what staying would cost them, and choosing with open eyes to pay that cost anyway, for the sake of people many of them would never live to meet. Picture the entire arc of tonight's own journey compressed down now into its simplest possible shape. A grudge, a bridge, a training system that shaped children into soldiers, an enslaved population whose forced labor made that entire system possible, a king's careful selection of 300 men with living sons, a betrayal sold for silver, and a choice made in the dark hours before a final dawn to stay rather than retreat. Every single piece of it documented, cross-checked, and where the evidence genuinely allows for it, corrected against nearly a century of the same kind of dramatic invention we've spent tonight carefully setting aside. Consider one final time what actually connects a Persian king's inherited grudge, a Spartan boy's harsh childhood training, an enslaved population's forced labor, and 3 days of brutal fighting in a narrow mountain pass, to you, resting quietly right now, roughly 2,500 years later, listening to all of it slowly unfold. Perhaps simply this, that real history, patiently, honestly told, without needing monsters or god kings to make it worth your attention, still manages to reach across this much time, and still manages, even now, to matter. Picture one last piece of context worth including, since it rounds out something we touched on earlier regarding how differently various ancient sources treated this same battle. The later Roman-era writer Diodorus Siculus, working from now lost earlier sources, offers a somewhat different account of the battle's final phase, suggesting a night attack on Xerxes' own camp that Herodotus doesn't mention at all. Modern historians generally treat this particular detail with real skepticism, since it appears nowhere in Herodotus's own considerably closer, more contemporary account. But its existence reminds us that even the ancient world itself preserved multiple, sometimes conflicting versions of exactly what happened during those 3 days. Long before any later storyteller ever added a single invented detail of their own. Consider what this genuine ancient disagreement actually confirms about the whole careful project tonight's account has undertaken. That separating reliable historical memory from embellishment and invention was never a challenge unique to modern popular culture. Ancient writers themselves, working sometimes centuries apart, already disagreed about specific details, added their own particular emphases, and occasionally preserved entirely different versions of the same underlying events. Herodotus remains our earliest, generally most trusted source, specifically because he was writing closest to the actual events, with access to still living oral tradition, and quite possibly surviving participants' own descendants. But even his own considerable authority was never absolute, then or now. Picture Picture, too, the specific way this same disagreement between ancient sources should shape how we approach any single historical account, including tonight's own carefully assembled version. We've relied heavily on Herodotus throughout this entire evening, and for genuinely good reason. But even his own considerable authority works best when checked against archaeological evidence, logistical plausibility, and the honest acknowledgement that other ancient writers sometimes preserved different details entirely. This is simply what careful historical work actually requires. Taking your best available source seriously, while remaining genuinely willing to question, cross-check, and occasionally revise even its most confidently stated claims. Picture, finally, the genuine reward this kind of careful, patient historical work actually offers beyond simple accuracy for its own sake. We began tonight with an impossible sounding number and a story that felt almost too dramatic to be entirely true, and we're ending instead with real names, real choices, and a real, considerably more complicated human story, one that includes genuine courage alongside genuine brutality, genuine sacrifice alongside genuine, uncomfortable questions about exactly whose freedom that sacrifice actually served. That's not a lesser story than the one popular imagination usually tells. It's simply a more honest one, and honest stories, patiently told, tend to hold up considerably better than invented ones once you've had enough time to sit with them properly. Picture once more the specific soldiers whose names Herodotus actually bothered to preserve across this entire account: Leonidas, Dianakes, Aristodemus, Eurytus, Demophilus, a genuinely small handful of individuals out of thousands who fought and died across those 3 days, most of whom remain, even now, entirely anonymous. This same imbalance, a few names remembered in careful detail, the overwhelming majority lost entirely to time, threads through nearly every historical account we might tell about any ancient battle, a genuine limitation of the surviving record rather than any deliberate choice about whose courage actually mattered most on that particular day. Consider what it might mean to hold both of these truths together as tonight's story finally comes to rest. Real gratitude for the handful of names history did manage to preserve: Leonidas choosing men with living sons, Dianakes and his considered wit, Eurytus choosing to return blind rather than survive with an excuse, and equally real, honest acknowledgement of everyone else, Spartan, Thespian, disputedly Theban, and the Helot, who walked into the same fatal battle beside his master, whose own names simply never made it into any surviving account at all. Picture the last stretch of daylight fading now over that same narrow pass, mountain and sea, steam still rising faintly from the springs that gave this place its name. The whole story we've spent tonight carefully assembling, settling, gently, into whatever quiet place in your own mind still has room for it. Nothing about it needed any invention to matter. It simply needed the patience to be told correctly, one careful, honest detail at a time. Picture, gently, everyone who kept this same story alive across the many centuries, separating those 3 August days from tonight. Herodotus, asking careful questions decades afterward. Simonides composing an epitaph, precise enough to still be quoted today, and generations of historians since, patiently checking, correcting, and occasionally gently setting aside whatever each new era's storytellers had added along the way. That same patient chain continues now quietly with you. Wherever you happen to be resting tonight, that quiet chain of careful attention has just reached one person further than it had before. That's genuinely worth something. It always has been, for everyone who's carried this particular story a little further along. Picture the specific way this same battle continued shaping how later Greek city-states thought about their own collective defense, since the lesson wasn't lost on subsequent generations of Greek military planners. The considerable value of choosing terrain deliberately, forcing an enemy to fight where numbers mattered least, became a genuine, recurring principle in later Greek warfare, applied again in various forms across the 4th century BCE by commanders who had grown up hearing this same story told and retold in their own households and civic gatherings. Consider, too, how directly this same battle shaped Sparta's own particular relationship with the rest of Greece in the years immediately following. Since Leonidas's sacrifice, whatever its exact strategic value, purchased Sparta a genuine reputation for reliability that considerably outlasted the specific military campaign itself. Other Greek cities, weighing whether to trust Spartan leadership in the wider war effort that followed, could point directly to Thermopylae as tangible evidence that Sparta's own considerable martial reputation reflected genuine substance rather than simple, boastful claim. Picture, finally, how genuinely rare it actually is for a single relatively small tactical engagement to earn this particular kind of lasting reputation, remembered clearly enough and valued highly enough that historians 2,500 years later still find it genuinely worth the considerable trouble of separating fact from accumulated legend, one careful correction at a time. Picture that same reputation, earned in a single narrow pass, still carrying real weight today in classrooms, in military academies, in the quiet attention you've given this entire account tonight. That's a genuinely considerable legacy for 3 days in a narrow pass to have earned. Picture that same narrow gap one final time, mountain on one side, sea on the other, steam still rising gently from the hot springs that gave this place its name, the Hot Gates, long before any army ever marched through it looking for a fight. The pass itself hasn't changed nearly as much as the land around it, though the sea has retreated considerably over the intervening centuries, silt slowly filling in what was once open water, so that a modern visitor standing at the Thermopylae today has to work a little harder to picture exactly how narrow, how genuinely constricted this stretch of ground actually was on the specific August morning we've spent tonight walking through. We began this story with a grudge inherited across a decade, and a king assembling an invasion force large enough that ancient writers simply couldn't resist exaggerating it further. What we found, walking through it slowly and carefully, was something quiet and genuinely affecting real men, free and enslaved, Spartan and Thespian and Theban, making a real, costly choice in a real place for reasons a Persian king's own inherited grudge could never quite manage to erase from human memory, no matter how large his own army eventually grew. If your mind is still resting somewhere back there, in that narrow pass between mountain and sea, that's all right. There's nothing left to hold onto tonight, nothing you need to remember for later. Let your jaw loosen one more time. Let your shoulders sink further into whatever is holding you up, mattress or couch or chair, wherever tonight happens to have found you. Take one more slow breath in and let it go even more slowly than the last, the way an army finally exhales once a long, difficult march has ended, and there's nothing left to do but rest. Somewhere in Greece tonight, a small stone marker still stands at Thermopylae, its worn inscription still readable if you know where to look, words a poet wrote for men who never asked to be remembered as anything more than soldiers who did what they'd agreed to do. They simply needed someone, eventually, willing to tell their choice honestly. Sleep well.